Hello. How is everyone doing tonight? Congratulations on first Gigi. Congratulations on second Dan. Congratulations on third Sunglow. Hey Retro. How are you guys? Suffocating. You are suffocating. That is not good. I am. I don't know. I did forget my groceries in my car most of the afternoon. I forgot that I picked up groceries because I went and got groceries, gassed up my car, grabbed myself a coffee, went home, and then I was like super tired. I'm like, oh, I need a nap. So I went straight to my camper, had a nap, and I was going to sleep a little bit longer than planned. And then all of a sudden, my brain clicked, and I'm like, you didn't take the groceries out of the car. Shit. And most of it was fridge stuff. So, thankfully, it was a cooler day. It's not hot or anything, so it should be okay. But yeah. Allergies, asthma, cold or something causing a low fever, all attack. Oh my gosh, Sunglow, I am so sorry. That sucks. Oh, say hey, Pele. Sending you hugs. I gotta put my camera down. I was like, I'm gonna sit back in my chair. But then as soon as stream started, I'm like, actually, no, I want to lean on my desk for a bit. I am thankful I don't have allergies. Though I think I've developed some, because I do occasionally get, like, stuffed up when I'm in certain places. Not, like, bad stuffed up, but I just notice. Thank you! I am in love with this yarn. It's, some stuff that I got off Temu. And it comes in like all different colors, but I bought this stuff a while back with the intention, like it was like a 9-pack. I bought it with the intention of making something for my mom, and that never happened. So I was like, well, I should use it for something. And I found this really cool shrug pattern. And I'm like, I love this, but I don't have enough yarn. So I had to order a second pack for, I think, double the amount of what I paid originally. Springtime allergies here are bullshit. I never had this when I lived in California. Angry Princess. Oh, I'm sorry, Zunglow. Group hug. Yes, I am, and I'm falling in love with this pattern. It's pretty simple pattern. I love, this is my favorite part about it, is where the increases are. It has this really pretty design. I'm probably going to at some point make another one of these. I hate rib stitch, but we're working through it. We're getting there. My brain has sort of like adapted to it by now. I mean, it's a lot of rib stitch. So, but yeah. So I kind of want to make a second one at some point in time in my life. It's like a water. Yes, I've been getting a lot of watermelon comments. when it's knitted up, I definitely also agree with the watermelon feel. When I was looking at it in the ball form, it made me think of a pink rose. You know, when a pink rose in the summertime, because like pink roses often will fade to white in the summer, and then the green for the leaves. So that's kind of like what my brain went to until I started knitting it up, and I was like, you're right, it is definitely watermelon. Sorted my silly phone out. It was bugging me. Oh, I hate when that happens. A raid already? Welcome on in, raiders. It suddenly decided to start calling out every letter as I... Oh no. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would suck. Anyways, welcome on in, raiders. Of course, we're in ads. I guess I'll wait until ads are over. I didn't even notice I was in ads. Alrighty, welcome back from ads, everyone. Welcome on in, raiders. How was your stream? If you need to raid and run, by all means, you're more than welcome. But, hey Dan, how's it going? Did I have a raid come through here? Yes. Oh my gosh, my brain is a little bit marshmallowy. What else is new? It's not as bad as last time when I started stream. Last stream my brain was not functioning at all. So I went swimming yesterday and had a freaking blast. I'm so happy I finally took the leap to go to our rec center, cause thank you. But yeah, so I've been meaning to go swimming at a rec center for a while, because we have a really awesome rec center. It's got like the big cold pool where you can do laps, and then it's got a smaller, shallower pool that's not as cold, and there's a lazy river, hot tubs, there's a steam sauna there, and then all up top is a gym that actually has like a walking path in it. And so I've been wanting to go for a while. I'll never go to the gym. I don't do gyms. But if you go swimming early in the morning at this place, there's only like a few seniors for the most part. And yeah, it's nice. Are you back to normal schedule? Mama's gone. That's why I took a month off. But I am kind of back to normal schedule. My brother did just let me know that his friend's camper trailer is now parked in his yard, so I have a home away from home if I want to go down there for a bit. So I might be doing that, but in the meantime, before I go down there, I will I'll be basically back to normal schedule. Thank you, Sunglow. Yeah, it was hard in the beginning, because like we brought her home knowing that, because she was in the hospital for almost 2 months, I think it was. And so we had choices. She could either die in the hospital or die here. So we brought her home, and they gave us a week and a half. We got 3 weeks with her. So it was good. We got to do a bunch of things, made lots of happy memories, and yeah. It's all good. It's been a while since I've seen you, so I wasn't surprised. But yeah, so it just means that I now have time to do things. And eventually I'm going to find a job. I'll still stream. I only want a part-time job. And my streaming might have to change when I do eventually get a job. We might have to, like, adjust. But, yeah. And I found I got accepted to, okay, I missed something. Good, my application to the local charity for a sit-to-stand recliner. Ooh! And accepted to attend summer camp for people with, oh, that's awesome, Dan! That is awesome! Don't feel like an asshole, Sunglow. Like, when I first came back, like, I've been streaming, this is my 3rd or 4th stream now? Friday I came back to streaming, right? No, Thursday. I did Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. So this would be my 4th stream. I had a lot of people asking about Mom, and it was still kind of like fresh out. But now I've talked about it. It's a lot easier, so it's no worries. I got over that barrier on like Thursday and Saturday, and then I was good to go. That's why I took the month off, is so that I had the time, so that when I did come back, I was able to talk about things. Exactly. So I didn't even know she was in the hospital when she passed. I regret not being right. Yeah, it's hard to say. I was very lucky and glad to have the time that I did with Mom, especially this last month. Like, my brother took leave off of work. Him and his wife came out, stayed at my auntie's, and so we were all here for like the entire month. We had a few friends and family come out. We did a few dinners in the beginning when she still had energy, and we just spent time together and listened to good music and had fun, and it was really good. So we made some really good memories, and I appreciate that we had that opportunity to do that. Enjoy your look, Retro. We're getting so close to finishing this sleeve, and then we get to move on to the next part of the pattern. I think the next part of the pattern, though, is we'll be working in the flat, which is fine because with it being rib, you're just doing the same thing. You're just going back and forth instead of in around. So we'll see. Did I mark? No, I didn't. Good thing I was thinking. The pattern is called Weekend Arm Warmer. It's on Ravelry. It's a paid pattern, but it's only like $5 Canadian. So I don't know what it'd be. Let me double check, make sure that is the name. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, Weekend Arm Warmer by Svetlana Volkova. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, but but yeah, so Weekend Arm Warmer by Svetlana. I'll just say that. I can say Svetlana. It's super pretty. But it is all done in rib. So but I like it because it's very size inclusive. It goes all the way up to 4XL. So, that made me happy. I am doing the 4XL, but like, unless the body fits differently, going by the sleeve fit, I could have probably even gone, because I like tighter sweaters when I'm wearing like stuff like this. So I probably, oh, don't do that. My cable's getting a little too small for my upper arm. But yeah, I could probably get away with a 3X as long as it fits the body. Okay? So we will soon find out. Yes, there is a stitch there. I knew I had dropped a stitch. Let's just get you back on there. We got it. We're good. There we go. Me too. It is looking awesome. I am loving this thing. And like the pattern basically says to have like a cable long enough to do magic loop. But I imagine if you don't like magic loop and you don't mind DPNs, you could do DPNs. Or if you have shorter cables, and best of all, if you've got shorty needles, makes the sleeve knitting so much better. Hey Kaz, how's it going? I just realized something. It's 15th here, so you know what that means. 1 week to go. Woot woot! One week to go for what? I feel like I missed something. I should know. I'm assuming. On the 22nd, okay, now I can understand why you're excited. Came along, you sexy things. So yeah, I'm gonna go swimming again tomorrow. My aunt and uncle usually go 3 times a week. So I'm gonna start going with them. My uncle doesn't swim. He goes up to the gym and walks on the walk path. I don't know if he does any of the other stuff, but my auntie likes to swim. So she's happy that she actually has someone to swim with now, because my uncle doesn't swim. Out on 24th, but we are lucky Berlin already had. Oh, nice. My aunt is very sweet. She's been wanting me to come to the rec center with her for a while, and I've been like putting it off, but I was like, no, I need to start doing this. And then we were going to take like the month of April off. I was going to go spend like a week or two with my brother, and then in May we were going to start going to the rec center, but because things took longer and I'm still haven't got to my brother's, my aunt's like, well, do you want to just start coming now? And I'm like, let me think about it. And then, like, later on that day, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to just commit to it. We're going to do it. So, um, it's not, I, I kind of wish that I was a senior because then I would get in for free. It's not the cheapest, but they have some decent deals. I think it's like $8 to go each time. You can do that, or you can pay for passes. And I was gonna do a month pass, which is just under $50, but I might hold off on that because I might be going to see my brother. So there's another one that costs the same amount, and it's just a 10-day, like 10 days. So you use your pass 10 times. But the cool thing about it is you could go in the morning, they put a bracelet on your wrist, and that's good for the entire day. So you scan your little card thingy that they give you, and you're good for the day. So you can like come and go the entire day. So if you like go swimming in the morning and then come back and do the gym later on in the afternoon, or vice versa, or yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like worth it in the long run if you start like using it regularly. Does your aunt do fiber arts? My aunt does. She tats. She crochets. She does knit, but not as much because of her arthritis. Um, but yeah, so she does a lot of tatting and knitting. Not knitting, crochet. She's the one that yeah, she is even more awesome. She's the one that does the fall fair with me. So she does fiber art, and then she also submits baking, and last year she did a bunch of produce that she grew. Yes. And my cousin who doesn't live here, she lives in Alberta. Um I've got her convinced because she was just going to come out to the fall fair because she enjoys it. She has fun coming out. But I was just like, you have to, because she does sourdough bread, and my auntie, she makes sourdough bread, but she doesn't like do like really nice sourdough bread. And I'm like, you have to come out and you have to at least submit your sourdough bread. And I'm like, here's all these videos of these cool looking sourdough, because I'm TikTok. I'm addicted to like all the little sourdough bread things. I don't make sourdough, but I love all the beautiful sourdough breads out there. And so I told my cousin that she had to do it, and I was getting her all excited. So now she's like, well, I do have some vacation days. I'm like, right? I was like, you got to have like some sort of like sick days or vacation days or whatever. You just need to come out early and you need to do your bread. And so I've got her basically convinced that she's going to come out early. My other cousin is trying to see if she can get time off of work because she's a NICU nurse. She's gonna try and come out to go to the fall fair because she hasn't been yet. And then my other cousin, because there's the three of them, I'm gonna try and convince her to come out too. She might be working, but I'm gonna work on it. I'm like, you have to, I'm like, you have to come out. We have to like make this like a family affair where we all go to the fall fair every year. Like I had fun the last 2 years, but I couldn't stay as long as I wanted to because I had to pick mom up from dialysis. So this will be my first year where I don't have to like leave and I get actually see all the events and stuff. I'm not at all organized. My aunt's a little bit organized, and two of my cousins are pretty organized too. But they all live very busy. Well, other than my aunt, my cousins live pretty busy lives, so they have to be organized. So I just kind of have to like, you know, pester them and then make them do all the organizing and all the work. I mean, no matter what, me and my aunt are going to be going. Because we submit our stuff. But, yeah. And this year, I want to submit more than what I did last year. Last year, I submitted 6 things. This year, I want to submit more things. So, I'm starting... I should have probably started sooner, but I'm starting now with Fall Fair stuff. I want to put this in the Fall Fair. So, I got to get that done. I got a bunch of spinning that I got to do. And, I want to do some crochet items, and yeah. So we just gotta commit and get as much. Yes, I do spinning. Here is a one that I'm currently working on. We're hooked. So it looks. Some people thought it looked black, but it's a dark green and white blend. I bought this off of Temu. Normally I don't buy floof on Temu, but it was worth it. And then here's a pretty red that I spun up. I have a plain undyed one spun up, and I want to do another color and do a 3-ply and make it look similar to this. Because I really enjoyed making this yarn, so I want to do another one. But yeah. I do spinning, knitting, crochet. A few other things, but mostly that. I also spin on drop spindles. So I get all excited when I start talking about fiber art stuff, and I yeah. I just kind of like go off. It's cheap, $20 here for entry into a leisure center, and you can't come and go for... Ouch! That's insane. Like, ours is $8 a day. $47.75 for 10 days, or same price for a month. Then I think it's like 200 and something for 6 months. And then I'm not sure. I know that I think you can get a yearly one too, but I can't remember the price of that. And yeah, you get a bracelet that gets put on your wrists, and you can come and go as you please. Got an e-wheel for my birthday. Yes, it's just a generic one from Amazon, but hey, that's just awesome. As long as it works and you're happy, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter where you get the wheel from. Quick question. Would you recommend a Swift or hands for unwinding hanks? If you have the patience, you could do hand unwind, or if you have someone to help you out, or a straight back chair. But no, I recommend a Swift. Swifts are golden. And you don't need expensive Swifts. I have just a really cheap Swift. Where is it? Currently buried, so I can't show you. But yeah, it's just a cheap like plastic and metal Swift that I got, and that's all I need. Would I like a nice fancy looking wooden one? Yes. Can I afford it? Hell no. And I don't really have room for it. The one that I have, I can have it angled so it goes out like this, or sits up like this. Or you could probably even have it upside down if you want it. And I love it because it gives me the ability to put it in small cramped spots. Amazon will. That's where I got mine. But I wouldn't be surprised if Hobby Lobby has it too. It's hard to say. I don't know. I don't have a Hobby Lobby. Pretty much everything that I get ends up coming off of Amazon because, yeah, Etsy costs me more money. Temu is questionable on the quality of the stuff that you're going to get, or even the size of what you're going to get. I don't know how many times I like ordered a wind chime expecting it to be bigger, and it's just like this little crappy wind chime. Do I keep ordering them? Yes. Because wind chime is a wind chime, and I like wind chimes. I think mine was about $20. Let's see, I could probably even find mine. Yeah. Yeah, this is literally, well, it's not the exact same one because I didn't get all the other stuff with it. But that's literally the one I got, and it's like $20. So, yeah. That's the nice thing about them is you really don't need expensive ones. They work. You just need something to that opens up and spins so that you can hold your hank. There was an earthquake today. Yes, Temu does lie a lot. Like this latest wind chime, it had like a little video of what it sounds like, and it was like a nice deep sound. So I'm like, okay, we're getting that. But I'm like, for the price that I paid, it's probably going to be a little fucking crappy sounding thing. 3.9 in Ontario? Gonna have to fill that up soon. I posted one of my first spins. Ooh, I will look. You can always post beautiful floof that I want. Oh, that is pretty colors. That's not bad for a first spin. Nice work. Very nice. I like that. That's about what mine was looking like. Actually, I think one of my first spins, well, okay, my very first spin, it was very lumpy bumpy. It was basically more art yarn than anything. But I it didn't take me long to get into the groove of things. My spinning wheel was also like a big factor in why my floof looked as bad as it did. Helga was very temperamental in the beginning until I got the hang of her. Ooh, ice cream. Not gonna lie, I wanted ice cream last night and I didn't have any, but I had Cool Whip in the freezer, and I may or may not have eaten like half a tub of Cool Whip. Hey Jamie, how's it going? Peep real life. Nice. I would love to do a DNA test to see where I'm. Well, I know that I'm Irish and English mostly because that's where my family comes from. Like my grandpa literally. Well, his mom was from Scotland, but his family was from Ireland. That's my dad's dad, and then my mom's parents are half from England, half from Ireland. But I'd like to see if there's anything else in there. That is so cool. I feel I missed it, Gigi. Hold on one second. Just out by Shawville, not too far. Whew. That's crazy. Is it normal for Ontario to get earthquakes? That's crazy. I was gonna say I didn't know whereabouts that was, but still. Have you heard of this version of Creep? I don't know if I have or not. You forgot these highlights. It's all good, Pele. Yeah, no, one day I might fork out the money and do one of those ancestry DNA tests just so that I can see if there's more than just Irish and English in me. Well, I know there's a little bit of touch of Scottish because my great grandma was Scottish, but yeah. Got a doctor appointment in early morning, and it's about an hour and a half drive to get. Ugh. Yeek. Okay, that's kind of cool. Gigi, behave. I think I'm gonna go sit in the shower and let the hot right. Oh yeah, definitely do that. If you by chance have any lemon or ginger, I also recommend doing a lemon, ginger, and honey, like a just boil up some ginger and lemon with peel and all. And if you got a little bit of cayenne, put a little bit of cayenne in there as well. And then just add honey and cayenne. It helps a lot for coughing and stuff and just overall good. But hot shower is also lovely. 10-year-old cousin keeps getting... Oh, no, that sucks. Have they gone to the doctor to see what's causing it? Only reason I made it that early is because the last 2 appointments, they wanted to do ear nails, right? And I'd already gone, so no, right? That's happened to me. That's happened to me so many times. We're like, okay, you just need to, and I'm like, you could have like warned me. I'm like, yeah, there's nothing. I don't make a habit of leaving the house with a full bladder, so unless I know I need a full bladder. The monk fruit came in, so I am working on a blend with that to replace sugar. Nice. I actually like monk fruit sugar. I don't know if I've ever like baked with it or anything like that. Because it does dissolve a lot quicker, but it pretty well tastes like sugar. It doesn't have that nasty aftertaste that every like other sugar out there has. I'm very sensitive to the taste of sugar. How did I get a stitch? I had a backward stitch on my thing. I must have like almost dropped it or something and then put it back on. I have no idea. Since Ontario and Quebec are on the North America plates. Also taking 2 large bottles of water. Got them in the car already. I'll drink them on the way. I had to do an ultrasound, but the ultrasound was like 3 hours away to get to. So we started off and I'm like, okay, I'll just sip tiny bits of water the whole drive. And I was like dying by the time I actually had to go in for my ultrasound. And then they say to you, oh, just you can go to the bathroom and just let a little out. Yes, because it's so easy, just let a little out when you have to pee really bad. Mm-hmm. Hey, Maz, how's it going? Also, thank you for the gifted subs in Clean's channel. That was awesome. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Exactly. That's the same for me. I'm just like, I looked at her like she was crazy. I'm like, and what? Like, what? I'm like, let's just get this over with because I tell you, I'm not going to be able to just let a little out. Explains why I'm so drawn to Scotland and want to move there. Right? Oh, it is beautiful. I've always wanted to... I don't know if I want to move there, but I've always wanted to go to Ireland. I do have family there. So, like, I even have a place to stay if I go. They're distant relatives. And they are old enough to be my grandparents, but I have met a couple of the younger ones. But they were like my dad's cousins. I am not a traveler. I live vicariously through people that travel. Traveling takes a lot out of me. I'm exhausted, and I'm one of those people that even if I'm enjoying visiting or whatever, if I'm not in my own home, I'm not relaxed. So I'm just in constant burnout mode. So like I can go for a while because I'm really good at masking, but then I burn out and I just want to go to my own house, to my own bed, away from fucking people. And you can't do that when you're on vacation. So, and like the more things that I do that are like out of my comfort zone, the quicker my social battery drops. I am more relaxed in other homes than my own. You know, honestly, I feel like my brother is kind of the same way that way. My brother is very much a social butterfly, loves to just go all over the place, has no problem staying in other people's houses or Airbnbs, and I'm just like, I need the comfort of my own space, my own bubble. Yeah, even staying in a decent hotel room, I still like it's like it's okay, but it's still not like I just don't have the comforts of my home, you know, and I can't bring my house with me. So, but honestly, I could see myself living the van life or at least partial van life, and then I'd have my home with me, so I think I'd be okay. Um I've thought about it, like eventually my goal being to not like live a rigorous van life, but have a built out van custom for all my fiber art stuff, because obviously that's going to come with me, and obviously my cats are going to have to come with me. Maybe by the time I actually get around to it, I won't have as many cats. But anyways, then I would just go like visit friends and family, kind of thing, and like I wouldn't be like going on like any major road trips or anything like that, but like just being able to travel to visit family, friends and family, and park in their driveways, kind of thing. Having to talk to people at my job. I only work a half day today. Only worked half day today because I was just done with people. Plus, I actually was sick today, so home it was, right? Yeah, nothing's worse than dealing with people when you're sick. I I do pretty good. I'm not a fan of a lot of people, but I'm good at socializing. So I can go. I used to work customer service, and I flourished at it. So I go to work. I dealt with people all day long. It was fine, but the moment my job stopped and I went home, I was done. I was done. My social battery was great, and then you just hit that one point in the day, and it's like, I'm done. And I'm the same way with like friends and family too. I will have a great visit, and then all of a sudden it's just like, I'm done. I used to be able to last longer when I was younger. I've noticed I last way less now. Probably because I haven't worked in March 19th, no, March 29th, 2019 was the time, last day I worked. 7 years. 7 years. I really need to get a job. Not just because I need the job for my social skills, but I know it's only my income now. So like before, my mom paid the bills and paid for 90% of the groceries in exchange for me taking care of her, because yeah. So now it's just my little pension and what I make off of Twitch to get me by. So I definitely need to get a job. But I'm only going to get a part-time job. Part-time job should be more than enough as long as I'm careful with my money. Because I still want to be able to do my Twitch. I like hanging out with you guys. The older I get, the less comfortable I become around strangers. I'm turning into a hermit. Yeah. I agree with that. Like having to talk to people at my job. Yeah, okay, read that. I was noticing that I was missing messages because I was talking too much. Get really anxious and insecure around my family, so I get being drained around people. Depending on what family I'm hanging out with, yes. I have some family that I'm fine with, some family that I'm fine with for a while, and then I'm like, enough is enough. And then I have the other family where I am in constant mask mode, just to be around them. I have G. It's impossible to get in and out without attracting attention. Right? Very, very religious family members that you have to be careful what you say. And I am religious. I am religious to Bugly. But like, geez, yeah. I have. Thankfully, I only have a couple family members that are religious that it bothers me because I'm not a religious person. I grew up in a religious family, but I am not. And so my mom was always fairly religious, but it never bothered me. I used to just kind of like bug her. Oh, I shouldn't do that, but you know, it used to annoy me. But I have a few family members that are like, "Oh, I'm praying for you" and things like that, and or you know, like, "Oh, this is, you know, blah blah blah," and I'm like, it hits wrong. It's different when someone says, "Oh, I'm praying for you," when like something bad's going on, but when nothing's going on or anything like that, and you have people, I struggle with it. So, but like, I don't mind people being religious. I just get bothered by certain people and the way they do religious around me. But because like I have lots of friends and family that are religious that it does not bother me, but you get the odd family member the extra praying bothers me. It feels a little intrusive because it's like they expect you to say thank you. Yes, exactly. Actually, what I really appreciate is when I have someone that I know is religious and you are going through something and they actually ask you instead of just like assuming, they're like, "Can I pray for you?" and your family or whatever. And I'm like, I'm fine with that. But when they just come up to you and like the worst is when they just like start praying over top of you. I'm like, please don't. Like, I don't mind, but you're invading my bubble. Yes. Exactly. See, I don't mind people praying for me or having me in their thoughts or anything like that. But when they have to like preach it and put it out there, like, "Oh, I'm praying for you," or "I've been praying for you because I know that you've been," I'm like, you don't need to announce it. You know, I don't mind that you do that. I don't need a billboard shoved in my face every time I come to visit you, kind of thing. That's so. Family that actually is around during the holidays is basically. Uh, and I basically have to avoid most holidays because she just tolerates it, even though my mom doesn't like her family views on life. Yeah. I think some people are passive aggressive with it, but some people aren't and just as open minded. So in their heads, they are genuine. Yes. You can usually tell when someone's doing something where they're not trying to like force something on you, and it's fine. But then you get the other ones that are just pushy, and that's you know, like, especially when you're like, oh, you know, I don't do that anymore. Most people that I say that to that are religious really respect my wishes and views, but then you get the other ones that are like not, and they don't respect your personal space. Hey, Upcycly, thank you for the check-in and the lurk. Yes, you can give me a hugs. I love hugs. My head is hurting, my throat is sore. Oh no, Retro. Feel better, Retro. Sending you lots of hugs. Sorry, this song always gets in my head. But yes. Oh, anyone feeling sick or anything like that, I am sending all my positive get well vibes. Because, like, I just dealt with, like, being sick pretty much the month of March. I was sick. Hey, Shirley. All good. There's no late coming to my stream. If you come to my stream, then you come to my stream. No, it doesn't matter what time you come at. I'm weird with my hugs in person. I go through phases where I'll be like huggy and I'll like just like hug people, and then there's other times where I'm like, don't touch me. I don't know why, but I love air hugs, and I love emotional, like, positive vibe hugs, and I, depending on the person, generally love hugs. Just don't hold me too long because I get squirrely. I'm not a cuddler. I like hugs, but I'm not a cuddler. Take care, Retro. Have a good sleep. Hopefully you feel better tomorrow. did have a little fun with a couple of young Jehovah's Witnesses last summer that came knocking there, just trying to, yes, because they are desperate for wives. Right? I honestly, like, when I was younger, we had some very pushy Jehovah's Witnesses when I was younger, so I grew to really dislike them. But now that I've gotten older, most of them are very respectful. So, like, when they come to the door and they want to talk, and I usually, like, I'm not interested, it's not my thing, and they leave it alone and they're fine, that's fine. If they are pushy, no. I did once, a couple years ago now, have some Jehovah's Witnesses come to the door, and I can't remember how it came about, but the lady actually, like, I was like, oh yeah, I'm not into this or whatever. And then she asked me a question, but it was like an intelligent question. So I actually took the time to have a conversation with them and explain, why I was not into this kind of stuff and why I would never be. And they were nice. They listened, they talked, and they weren't pushy, and they didn't shove pamphlets at me. And I was like, you know what? I can handle that. If you're gonna come up and be respectful and actually ask questions instead of like try to preach to me, I might actually have a conversation with you. And I mean, they're just doing what they need to do, so. They knock on the door with an evil door wreath. Like, obviously, right? Congratulations on your streak. 85 stream streak. Nice, Shirley. That is awesome. For someone, I wish I could just nod. No pleasantries or small talk, right? I keep forgetting. Jehovah's Witnesses are, most of the ones I meet nowadays are pretty like down to earth. But like when I was younger, there was some really pushy Jehovah's Witnesses that would come around. Yeah. Right? Yeah, like usually I'm just like, I'm not interested, and if they're just like good, then now, if only the Mormons would show up on my doorstep looking for like, oh, is there anything we can do for you? I'll be like, yeah, you can do my yard work. I've never been lucky enough to have that. I am willing to put anyone to work if they come and be like, oh, is there anything that we can do for you? Yeah. My yard. I know. That's why I'm just like, why am I so unlucky that I've never had them come by my door? Probably because they probably take one look at that place and be like, ooh, that's a lot of work. Let's avoid that place. Actually, I don't see a lot of Mormons going around here. I think like when I was a teenager, you'd occasionally see them, but I haven't seen them since I was a teenager. I had a pushy lady walk into my house. I had to use my religion back at her and yell at her to leave. Wow. Hubby just sat there shocked, then thanked me for doing what I did, right? It's like, you can't just walk into someone's house. What? Oh my gosh. You guys, I have been chatting and I don't think I've been... Hopefully I've only done... I have not been paying attention. Also, at some point, I have lost my one stitch marker. Oh, lordy. We'll just put another one on there. Let's change it up. Instead of kitty ears on that one, we will put a mushroom. What do we want? Let's do a yellow mushroom. We'll do a yellow mushroom. Now I just gotta find... I think it's actually right about here. Because, yeah. It's the pearls. I gotta do the 2 pearls, and then I'm where I need to be. Because I know that on the other side of the stitch marker, it is knit 2. It's always knit 2. So. Because it was... Yeah. I'm knitting a pincushion. Oh, nice. Excuse me. Oh, I might have to take a quick break, fill up my water cup. I might get an oval tea too. Because apparently this tickle doesn't want to go away, but I feel a sneeze coming, so that might take care of the tickle. For some reason, I will get a tickle in my throat. It will eventually trigger a sneeze, and then it takes care of the tickle. I can kind of, you know when you feel a sneeze that wants to come and you're like, I will start watering? Get off my stuff, bug. There was a bug on my knitting. There was a bug on my knitting. My neighbors are Mennonite, and they have the most beautiful singing ever. My neighbors' brothers and their families came over, and we were all sitting outside, and they came and sang Mum a bunch of songs. It was so awesome. And then my brother actually got a couple videos of it, and then we got a picture of them all together. She was so happy. We had her all, because it was still a little bit chilly out, but we had her like all bundled up with these blankets, and smile on her face was so big. Do I have a song request? I have... Oh yeah, you need 1,000 channel points, and there is a redeem button. And if I don't think I missed any, but if I did miss any, let me know. Because I have been yakking like crazy and not really paying attention. Ah, okay. Uh, yeah, I was gonna ask, since you were talking about the quake. I was gonna ask if Crimson felt it, and then I forgot. Also, hey Crimson, how's it going? I used to live in a town that was a mining town, so you always felt um, the blasting from the one mine. Whenever they were doing any kind of like blasting at the one mine, you usually felt it. And then the occasional avalanche would happen up the valley, and if it was a big enough one, you could feel that. I lived in a trailer, so I usually you'd just be sitting there, and all of a sudden you feel this like rumble. Oh, are they blasting or is it an avalanche? My friend's sister can play violin like this. She actually plays violin professionally. Um she was even, what year was it? I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. She was one of the three violinists on Kelly Clarkson's Christmas special. And she played on soundtracks like Armageddon, and like she was part of the orchestra. And oh, what else is there? There's something else too. But yeah, both his sisters play violin. And then he used to play. Well, he played guitar, but he grew up playing harp. I'm in a smaller oil area in the Canadian prairies that isn't in Alberta. We have so many pump jacks in the fields, you can hear them squeaking from miles away. Dang! Yes, I remember. I remember that, Crimson. You have another right? Hi, buddy. Come to say hi to everybody? Hmm? Kitties! Kitty, kitty, kitty. Hello, Sir Vincent Rojo, the Tornado Flopper. Yeah, that is literally his full name. And Pickles' full name is Sweet and Spicy Pickles. Right? Pretty much. He's like, no, pay attention to me. Who cares about your knitting? It's like, why haven't you gotten very far on your knitting? This is why. Sometimes he lets me knit and cuddle him at the same time. Tonight is not one of those nights, apparently. Oh, thank you for the kisses, buddy. He's been very, very needy lately. Not gonna lie. Can you see all my scribbles on the page from where my pen stops working? Hey, how's it going? He does love his mama. And he loves bum pats. I love you, buddy. Yeah. You Yoko Bobs. Yeah. Pats on my kitty, but he looked at me like, yeah, that's my cat Mystique. She's like, don't you fricking do that. I haven't tried them on Pickles, but Pickles, she's she's very lightweight, and I feel like if I was to do this, she'd kind of like go flying. She's gotten a lot cuddlier, though. I will say that. She's taken to, like, when I'm sitting in the recliner out in the kitchen living room. It's all one room. No, buddy. She will come up and lay on my chest. Let's knock the empty cup over. He's like, Cookie, now we're talking. Yes, my cat eats arrowroot cookies. Pickles does like to cuddle with her claws, but not so much. Not she just likes to, when she's jumping up on you or climbing up on you, she likes to use her claws. My arm's finally starting to heal again. I had some pretty good scratches going on. These were actually from Vinny. I had some pretty good scratches here for a while. I don't know if I've got any on the back of my shoulder right now. No. But yeah, if you look closely at Rumsley, he's covered in scars. He's got lots of battle wounds. I really did pick the wrong arm to put Rumsley on. But you know what? The scars and claw marks just kind of like add to the warrior. I mean, he is a dwarf warrior. He's probably got lots of battle scars. Oh, that's good. Yeah, for a while there, I remember my cousin saw me, and like I always wear tank tops like this, and she saw me and she's like, "Oh my God, what happened to your arm?" And I'm like, "Oh, that's from the cats climbing up on me when they go up to the top shelf." "Oh my God, I'd kill my cat if she did that." I'm like, "Yeah, it's repeated abuse. It's not a one-time thing. This is days and days and days of abuse at the paws of Pickles." Surgery and finally can sit upright, trying to find a crochet pattern to use with this super chunky, bulky yarn that I had forever. Ugh, bulky yarn. Ugh, I hate bulky yarn. I love the look of things that are made with bulky yarn. I hate working with bulky yarn. Right? I've had a few bruises from Vinny. Usually it'll be Vinny will jump up and then start to lose his balance because he never uses claws when he jumps up. And then the claws come out. Not gonna lie. There was one time he slipped and fell, and it was one claw dangling from the chest area. And it was like everything in me to try and like unhook him. Yeah. I mean, and I couldn't be mad at him. He slipped, he fell, and he couldn't retract said claw, you know? It's like when a cat gets their claw tangled in something. And he's heavy. Very heavy. Kiki made a really cute bucket hat using chunky yarn. If you were a spinner, and well, depending on what type of yarn it is, like if it's like actual like floofy yarn, like I have some chunky yarn. I think it might actually be in this box. No, it's not in this box. That's my felting floof. Anyways, I have this chunky merino wool that Passion had sent me, and I've been combing that out. But like even like acrylic yarn, I've combed out just like handfuls of acrylic yarn into floof for spinning, for stuff that I don't like. Welcome on in, Raiders. How's it going? How was your stream? Long time no see, I feel like. It's pretty much long time no see for like everybody I see recently, because I was gone for a month. I'm doing really good, thank you. Happy to be back streaming and hanging out with everybody. Hey, how's it going? Also, if you need to raid and run, by all means. If not, you're more than welcome to hang out. It's your typical Jams is half distracted, chatting too much, and ends up missing half the chat. You know, the usual. Oh, my chair's in a weird spot. It wants to stick. Eventually. I've been how many months now have I been saying I'm gonna fix my chair? There we go. Oh, still one little spot. Gonna come cuddle? Come shoulder cuddle? It's nice seeing you too, Arts. Have a good one. Thank you so much for the raid. No. You stay up for a bit. He's like, no, because you're just going to start knitting. I know what you're going to do. That's exactly it. I want to knit. Oh, and I'm not marking things down. I need to count. Boop. Boop. I love booping your nose. Especially since you actually let me boop your nose. Boop. He's like, yes, pet me. Pet me. Okay, I think I'm on the last row. I just had to double check. I'm okay. If I'm off one row, I'm off one row. It's not going to hurt until we get to the other sleeve, and it's like, how many times was I off by one row? And then all of a sudden you got one sleeve longer than the other. I still organize the boxes I stuck in the back room for temp storage so that I have room to stuff all my extra yarn in there so I can organize my office still. Right? Yeah, my office is a nightmare right now. I need to do something about it, but my office is kind of like a last priority kind of thing. I need to get the living room done. I need to move stuff back out to the living room. I need to junk this house out. And my office is just sort of like, it's not important. I have enough room to get into my desk. Yes, the cats have destroyed a lot of my okay, they haven't really destroyed anything. It's not going to hurt it because it's undyed. But, like, yeah, that's supposed to be up in the closet. And it's supposed to, all look like a nice comb top. We've got some rat's nest going on. Because I have... Hey, how's it going? I have cats that destroy floof. Okay, I have a cat that destroys floof. rest of the house, but every time I gotta work on my office, I get hard stuck. Yup. It's because all my favorite distractions are in here. That's how it is kind of with me too. Hey, Curious, how's it going? Craft storage, yes. Well, the thing is I'm also a person that's like out of sight, out of mind. So therefore, if I put stuff in certain places to keep safe, I might forget that it exists. And then I'll be like, where did I put this said item that I need? And then suddenly it'll just like click where this item is exactly in this spot under this pile of things. I generally, like, even though my stuff is chaotic, I generally know where it is. But if I try to organize it, I can't find shit. Or if someone comes in and cleans my shit. Don't clean my shit. You'll lose it all. My mom lost one of my stories for 2 freaking years. 2 freaking years. Because she cleaned my room and it was under a pile of my dirty laundry, and she picked it up, and because she's terrible at walking away with things in her hand, it ended up somewhere out on the deck that was already piled with crap. Yep. It really is. It's part of living on your own. Nobody. Exactly. Until your brother decides to come and frickin' clean the house because they're going to be there for a while and they don't like the state of your house, and then they just go and shove stuff in random places and you can't find it. Or they put it where you can't easily access it, so you're like, well, it's not important anymore. Exactly. I don't mind blaming myself when I do it. But that just also gives me excuses. This is why I don't clean or organize. Putting stuff in piles does not help me. Yeah, no, it doesn't help me either. But if you know the general vicinity of what said item was in, and it may happen to be under a pile, that's not so bad because you know it's in that vicinity, so you just have to dig. My brother would ever clean anything for me would be if I was bedridden and dying, right? Our youngest grandson managed to get his head stuck in his baby toilet. Oh no. Yes. I love little kids. I had to buy a new tape measure because I somehow fully lost mine, then found it in a box of clothes, which also happened to be where all my extra socks were that I was going crazy all winter looking for, right? I one of the reasons why I don't wear socks is because I almost always misplace them, where I'll find one sock but never the other. And honestly, unless my feet are cold, that seems like a lot of effort to have to put socks on just because I'm going to take them off anyways. My feet get randomly hot or randomly cold. I think I wore socks maybe. Oh, damn ads. Your cat hates bare feet? Well, then your cat would hate me. I'm almost always barefoot. I think I wore socks maybe 3 times this winter. But I do wear slippers, so. Black socks, get them in bulk. No more matching because I can't. I tend to only wear socks I make nowadays. I used to have other socks, but now I just wear socks that I make. It's like, oh, I need socks. Okay, I gotta knit a pair of socks because I can't find all my knitted socks. And then I started like giving my socks to Mom because she'd always need like clean socks for going somewhere. And she only had 1 foot, so it was kind of like 1 pair of socks was like 2 pairs of socks for her. But I think that's partly why I would only ever be able to find 1 sock is because, yeah, my mom could only wear 1 sock. Just get too cold. I hated socks when I was younger. See, the thing is you couldn't get me out of socks when I was younger, except for like summertime when it was hot and I was wearing sandals. I would wear socks and Crocs. Like, and then I don't know. One day, socks just were not nice on my feet anymore. Oh yeah, have to be barefoot when sleeping. If I go to sleep with socks on, even if my feet are cold and I have the socks on to keep my feet warm, halfway through the night I'm kicking those socks off because I can't sleep. Oh yeah, nothing's worse than elastic worn out on socks. And I can't stand wearing any socks that have like the ankle. They have to just be the short socks. So like no higher than this on my ankle. That's it. If they're any higher than that, I go nuts. So I think that's one of the reasons why I make most of my socks. But I also hate that when I wear socks that are lower, when I take my feet out of certain shoes, my socks come off. Or I even had socks that when I was walking in my shoes, when I was walking, my socks were falling off inside my shoe. Do you know how annoying that is when you're trying to like go for a walk and your socks are falling off? Hydrate. I cannot hydrate yet, but that just tells me I need to go for a break, fill up my water cup, and get my Ovaltine that I've been telling myself that I wanted to get. I'm just going to finish this off because I'm basically at the end of the round. And then when I come back, we get to start a new set of repeats. Hey, Tibbo, how's it going? Off to bed, but saying hi before going. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hi. I hope that you have a wonderful sleep. Knitting socks became my addiction for a while. I still enjoy knitting socks, but not as much. Oh my gosh, that's the second hydrate, and I don't have anything to hydrate with. But I am going to take a break and go get stuff. So. Ooh, mango yogurt, nice. Tooth hurt on painkillers. Tooth pain sucks. You take care, Tibbo. Have a good one. Okay, I will be back. I'm going to go get some more water. I'm going to get an Ovaltine. And probably take a bathroom break, too. Probably a good idea. All right, be right back. Okay, I am back. I've got my hydrates. Also got my tea. We went with peppermint and turmeric tea. No cream today. I was too lazy to get the cream out of the fridge. Oh, we gotta stretch. One sock, and I just rip it all out because I don't have time or concentration to make a pair. I have a very like simple pattern that I sort of like made up myself out of like a few, I think, patterns that I tried. It's a toe up pair of socks, and I change it up from time to time, but for the most part it's just like the same thing. And I knit with shorty needles. So I knit on like needles like this, and I just knit in the round and I fly through it. These ones aren't my favorite ones, but like I have other ones. I got ChiaoGoo ones, and yeah. So I do a magic loop with the toe of the sock, because I do a toe up one, and then after that it's just like, and if I don't do a pattern on the top of the sock, then it's just like you just kind of like lose track of time after a while. Right, I was doing I'm like, what am I doing? Stretch. That's what I'm doing. Oops, I just smacked my camera. Sorry, guys. Sitting a little bit too close to my desk, apparently. It's like I usually hit my phone that's sitting on the desk, but normally not my camera. So that was a new one. Um, yeah, I think I will play a game for a while. Right? Games are nice. I'm very proud of myself. I did not play any games today. I probably will a little bit tonight, but I can't stay up too late because I am going swimming tomorrow, so I have to be up by like 6. Cuz we go at 7. I think the pool opens at 6:30, so we could go as early as 6:30. But yeah, we go at 7 and it's nice and quiet in there. And I found my swimming suit that I bought a couple years ago. So I'm going to try it on and see if it fits. And then I have a swimsuit. Otherwise, I've just been swimming in shorts and a t-shirt. But I have like 3 pairs of like stretchy shorts, like spandex type shorts. So um those work great, and then I'm always wearing like tank tops like this and stuff. So it's basically like uh pretty much like a swimsuit anyways. But I tell you, they're a lot more pain in the ass to take off once they're wet. I'm like, damn, I wish I had a freaking swimsuit. I'm like, there's a lot of water in these. I am so glad that I finally gave in and started going. We have such a nice pool. Um, we have the the deep pool where you can do laps and stuff, obviously. Um, and then there's a shallow pool, and it goes up. It's about, when I'm standing, I'm 5'8". When I'm standing, I think it comes up to about here on me, maybe a little bit somewhere in this area when I'm standing. And then at the other end, the more shallow end, there is a lazy river that when I'm standing comes up to about here on me. And like that pool is a little bit warmer. It's like a lukewarm pool. It was funny because I get in there, I'm like, oh, this pool is warmer than I thought it was going to be. Um, but yeah, me and my aunt, we start off, we float a couple rounds in the lazy pool or lazy river just because we can, and then we walked backwards around the lazy river against the current, and then we moved to the deeper part of the shallow pool and swam back and forth and did like some gentle laps. Eventually I'd like to get into the big pool and do laps, but I know that I am not physically able to do that. Like I'll do it. Like I could do it no problem because I'm very buoyant in the water. This is the problem. I'm so buoyant in the water that I don't realize how much I'm doing until I go to get out of the water. And then all of a sudden gravity hits and I'm like, "Oh fuck, I can't hold myself up." So I got to be careful with how much swimming I do until I get into better shape. So as much as I want to go into the deep pool and like swim laps, I don't dare. Put on a swimsuit since my age still had a 1 in front of it. Um I haven't, well, I bought this one, but I haven't actually taken it swimming or anything like that. But basically I haven't worn a swimsuit and gone to a pool since my 20s. And I used to go swimming. I used to work at a resort and we had free access to the pool. And I used to go swimming after work. Um, and that was the last time I went swimming, except for like yesterday. I'm trying to consider getting a pool membership for when the ocean is too cold. Right? Yeah, I went Monday and it was awesome. I had a blast and I'm going again tomorrow. They only have a seasonal outdoor pool here. That's how it used to be here. And it's catered 100% of, yeah, no sessions for seniors or like in it. This is what I love about the pool that they have now. We used to have like a seasonal outdoor pool here. Um and it was like that for years, but then when they renovated the rec center, they built a whole new pool and gym area, and they cater to seniors. So like uh that's why they open so early in the morning, like 6:30 in the morning. You can come and they don't turn the big lights on until about 8. So you have basically from 6:30 until 8 where it's just mostly a few seniors that are coming. They, I guess, do like aquafit as well sometimes. And yeah, so you got the shallower pool where you can do the lazy river or just like gentle swimming in the deeper part of the shallow pool, or there's even the lane pool, and a lot of people were using that as well. And then yeah, it gets busier in the summertime, but again, most kids aren't coming that early in the morning. And then they also have a gym upstairs that actually has a walking path and everything. Like it's really nice. And for how nice it is, it's very affordable. Um I I was quite impressed when I saw it cuz like everyone's been telling me, "Oh, you need to go to the rec center. Like it's really nice." So it's like, "Oh yeah, I'll get there. I'll try it out." But yeah, I was impressed. Hey Kiki. Oh, there you go. See, I prefer swimming in natural bodies of water. I will agree that I don't necessarily like the questionable bottom of certain bodies of water. Um, but I often will just get swimming shoes, and then I don't have to worry about anything that might touch my toes and freak me out. But I actually prefer swimming in lakes and rivers and stuff versus pools. I am, though, going to look into getting swimming shoes for this pool, though, because the tiles around the pool, like from when you're leaving the change room and all around the pools, are very slippery. And while there's once you're like in the pool and swim for a while and you're walking around, it doesn't seem so bad. But when you first start heading in, it just like feels super slippery, and I'm like, I need swimming shoes. Not all bodies of water have leeches, so yes, I would not want to swim in leech infested waters. You're just gonna lurk, okie dokie, Gigi. There used to be, back where I used to live, where I grew up, we have a very deep, slow moving river. It's got like a strong undercurrent, so you don't want to actually swim in the river part of it, unless you're a strong swimmer. But in like late spring, early summer, the river floods because of all the melt and runoff, and so it's got all these sandbars, and you can go down to like the sandbars and swim on the sandbars. So when you're standing, like you go down, and when you're standing, like it usually comes up to about here at the highest, and you just kind of like stick close to the bank, and the current's strong, but it's really fun to swim. And me and my friends, we used to challenge ourselves because it was a pretty big sandbar that we'd swim on, and we would challenge ourselves and we'd swim as hard as we could up to the top of the sandbar. And I'm talking like I was a very strong swimmer when I was younger. I grew up doing swimming lessons, but it was literally like this. You're just slowly moving forward. You're just swimming as hard as you can, and you're just like going like this up the river. And then once you got up to the top of the river, you just floated down to the bottom part. And like we always knew where the top and the bottom of the sandbar were. We always knew not to go past this one tree, and so yeah, that's what our summers would be like. We would go down to the river and we would swim on the sandbar on the river. It's so fun. Surrounded by leeches. Right, Crimson? When I was a kid, I would swim in Lake Tahoe. When we went there, the water was crystal clear and nice sandy beaches. Unfortunately, it's a massively overcrowded. Oh, yeah. I grew up around, like we had two beaches, in the bigger town. So like we lived in a very small town, like 250, 300 people, kind of small town. So we had always had to go somewhere else to do our shopping. So 20 minutes away was the bigger town, and there's two beaches there, off of the same lake. But there was like one beach, and it was more rocky, and it was where the lake eventually like started into the river that I used to swim in. Hi, Pickles. Oh, gotta do the scratchy scratchy. And then there was the other beach. Now the other beach was nicer to swim in, and it was a nicer beach. It was not like super nice sand, but it wasn't rocky. But the problem with it, because of the way the bay was, that it would come in kind of like on a bay, it often got swimmer's itch. So there was always a sign up saying, warning, swimmer's itch. You might not want to swim in the water at this time of year. And then if there was, like, I think it's like another like 15, 20 minutes to the next town, there was also a really nice beach there, off of, again, the same lake, because it was a big lake. That one was kind of cool because they had like a huge sand hill, that you, when you were a kid, you would go up to like the top of the hill and you would run down the hill into the lake. You want something with too many tourists, anime slash nerd culture. When I was younger, we used to swim in the pond on my grandma's farm. That one was always like, you had to take a raft or a boat out into the middle of the pond, because the shallower end of the pond had these, okay, they were cool but creepy as hell. They had these big moss islands. Like, some of them were like probably the size of two of me, some of them. They look cool. You don't want to step on them because they sink. So we used to, as kids, me, my cousins, and my grandma's neighbor, who was like one of my cousin's best friends, we would all go to the pond, and then we would dare each other to stand on these moss islands, and you would get on them and sink. And but we would go in the very center. It was like super deep, and there was no moss island, so you could swim there without the risk of touching anything. But yeah, I liked that pond. But yeah, it used to creep me out because the they sank. Welcome back from ads. Honestly, Judkin, I think it would be kind of fun to at least try swimming in the lake. Is it like, what is it that like kind of creeps you out about possibly swimming in it? Is it like potentially touching something icky, or is it something else? You has pie. What kind of pie? I like pie. I like all pie. For the most part. Strawberry rhubarb. I'm not gonna lie. I do like strawberry rhubarb, but it's probably like my least favorite pie out of all the pies. But I still like it. When I was a kid, if you asked me what my favorite pie was, it would have been blueberry. Now I have to say that I think cherry pie is like one of my top favorite pies. But then again, pumpkin pie season. I do love my pumpkin pie. And huckleberry pie. Huckleberry pie. Mm. I don't get huckleberry pie very often, so. Oh, fuck. I love lemon meringue. Love lemon meringue pie. Especially if someone knows how to do it right. Surprisingly, though, it's as much as I love lemon meringue, it's not one of my favorites. It's up there. It's probably in the top five. Coconut cream is pretty good too. I'd say that coconut cream's probably in my top 10. Um, Honestly, I think it goes like cherry, blueberry, lemon meringue, pumpkin, mincemeat. Those are my top five. Mincemeat pie. I should buy some mincemeat and just make some mincemeat tarts. I have pecan pies in the top 10 factor. I'd say pecan is probably like 8 or 9. I like it, but it gets super sweet after a while. Like, you know when you're eating something and it's like, oh, it's so good, but then it kind of almost gets too sickly sweet. I do. I love a key lime cheesecake. I think key lime cheesecake is about the only key lime that I've ever had that I can think of. No, I've had key lime ice cream. And I do very much love key lime stuff. But I've never actually had an official key lime pie. I've always wanted to try one, but I've only had like the cheesecake and ice cream. One of those ones that you want to have just like a very small piece of. I hate when I do that. Oh, nice. I've gotten a few nice things at Value Village. Nearest one to me is like 5-6 hours. But I have we have two thrift stores here. Actually, I think we have more, but like the main ones, it's both stores are the same company. It's just one is kind of like your furniture, books, pots and pans, all that like household items, and then the other one's like a clothing and like you'll find like bits of fabric and other stuff there. But it's all part of the same company. They're just in two buildings and they're like kind of like almost kitty corner to each other. And then we've got the antique thrift store where I found Helga. You go there, there's a lot of cool stuff, but a lot of it's very overpriced. Um, there's some things there that are worthwhile. You kind of have to look, because some stuff is like, okay, I'm willing to pay that price, and then there's other things like, yeah, no, I'm not paying that for that. Eat anything lemon or lime flavored he wouldn't touch. Oh, but lemon and lime flavored stuff is the best. I wasn't the kind of person who just ate other people's food, where my precious ex would do that all the time, and it drove me nuts. Yeah, don't touch my food. What I used to hate was like, my hubby loved sweet stuff, but he would just like eat a little bit and then it would sit in the fridge. So like he'd want me to make a cake, so I'd make up a cake. I'd eat my half of the cake, and he'd have like one piece of his cake, and then it would sit there and sit there and sit there. And I'm like, hey, are you gonna like eat your cake? He's like, yeah, I'll get to it. I usually end up eating the cake before it went bad. Yes, metal loaf pans are awesome. My mom had so many of them, and then her house burned down, and they didn't survive. Exactly. If you want to eat it, just frickin' ask. Don't just go and eat it. And then because like, especially if you're like, oh, I have this in the fridge, nice, and you open it up or cupboard or whatever, and you're like, where is it? It's like 90% of the time, if someone asks, hey, can I have this or have some of it? You're like, okay. And then it's like you mentally catalog, okay, yeah, that got eaten up, I don't have it anymore. But when you are expecting it and then it's not there, ooh, dinner rolls. I had to stop and think for a second. I'm like, wait, did I do the increase on the other side of the slip stitch? I did. I remember doing it because I almost did it backwards, and then I was like, oh, no, it needs to go the other way. Half already. I come home, nothing ready for me. That's bullshit, and that's so disrespectful. Yep. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 3 sets of repeats left, and we're done this sleeve. But a set of repeats takes way longer than you expect, because it's like 10 rounds and you're increasing 2, 4, 8 stitches every 10 rounds. So while I was like knocking out the rounds in the beginning, it's getting to the point where it takes a lot longer to do a round. That is rude. Like when you've got like food prepared for like the meal prep, so it's like, okay, this is done. That is so rude. Get your own fucking food to eat if you're gonna do that. Find something else to eat. Right? Must have had the same ex. Right? You know, speaking of food, I am very proud of myself. I did not buy any junk food this last shopping that I did. I actually got like a healthy. I had this craving for when I was a teenager. I used to make them a lot. You buy the bag of coleslaw without the dressing, and then I put that in a wrap with some ranch dressing. And over the years, I've spruced it up. So today it was coleslaw, ranch dressing, chopped up cucumbers, and chopped up tofu, and put it in a wrap. So good. That was my supper tonight. And I like it because it's nice and light. When the weather starts getting warmer, I like lighter meals. Um, Heavier meals kind of make me just feel ugh. So gone are like soups and stews and chilies and stuff. I don't almost never eat those in the summertime. More salads and lighter things. Ooh, I'll be able to start making pasta salad again. I make a killer pasta salad. You still need to make your enchiladas? Hey, how's it going? I the first time I had tofu, I used to stay with a couple, and she was a vegetarian, so she didn't eat meat, and every now and then, usually she just kind of like cook her own food, and then he would make food for me and him, uh, like meat wise, and then like whatever sides we had, we'd share. But every now and then she would do something. So my first time trying tofu was there, and then I lived with another girl who was vegetarian, and she would occasionally do tofu stuff. And I don't like the soft tofu. I like the extra firm tofu, but I can sit there and eat it right out of the package. Just rip a piece off and eat it. I don't know why. I just love it like that. But I also like doing tofu where I break it up into chunks, and then I cook it in like cook it so it's kind of crispy a little bit, and then I toss it in a like a um um like honey, like with honey and soy sauce and salt and pepper and garlic and stuff. Basically make it like a almost like a ginger beef um blend on top of the tofu. That's pretty tasty too. But there's I definitely want to like learn some more recipes with tofu because I enjoy it. I can't eat it all the time, but I like it. Not the soft stuff though. I have texture issues with the soft stuff. prep is one of the rudest things to eat because yeah, exactly. You plan it out and plan out the exact meals you need. So yeah, thankfully for me, I can't do meal prep, so I never would have run into that. But that's just like the rudest thing when you like eat the meal prep because that's supposed to like work for set amount of days, and to just take that away is just like ooh. Just chop up a jar of kimchi and simmer the meat in there and then add tofu, poach eggs in it at the end, serve over rice. Oh my god, that sounds divine. That sounds freaking divine. There's some interesting vegan bacon out there. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen some pretty interesting vegan bacon out there. Oh, my back is bugging me. I love fish. I don't I don't get it as much because I prefer fresh fish versus fish out of a grocery store. I love um, when me and my hubby would go fishing and we get nice fresh like rainbow trout or kokanee, which is like a freshwater salmon, and then I would like cook up a couple fish as soon as we got home. So good. It's been a while since I've had fish. I should cook it more often. Right? I do like every now and then I will get myself some cod and I do mashed potatoes and boiled cod. I wish I could it's harder to find like salt pork around here. But if you get a little bit of salt pork and fry that up and put that in there as well. Um what else? Um oh, and every now and then they would have good deals on tuna steaks at my store, and I used to buy those as a nice treat, but they've kind of gone up in price again. So Once I get my living room and office finished, my next big house project is the kitchen. Getting it properly unpacked and organized will make it easier to cook in there. I just need a new kitchen. I have like no counter space. But I'm going to, I think, either invest in or see if I can get my brother to make me a portable island, one that has like cupboards and stuff, but like folds right down and I can just tuck into a corner. Because yeah, I don't have counter space, and I don't plan on putting a big kitchen table back into the kitchen. I have the tabletop from my camper, and like the camper table in that camper was nice and sturdy. Like, you know how most campers, it's just the one pole that holds the tabletop on? Mine was a dual pole, so like it had the two poles. It's really like heavy duty sturdy tabletop, and I took it out of the camper and put a different table in there. Like, it's a nice small antique leaf table. It like folds, like, I love it, just because I had more space and room in it. But I kept the tabletop because the tabletop was like really nice, sturdy. So if I built a frame for it, I'm gonna put that in my house because it's smaller and it's a good quality table. My aunt says that the base off of the table that used to be in here might be able to be cut down, and I might be able to use that because that was a nice sturdy base. So if it's able to be cut down and shrunk in a bit, then yeah. I have a butcher block aisle. Oh, I'd love. It needs needs a refresh before I can use it. Right? I love butcher blocks. They are so nice. My brother actually made butcher block countertops for his house. I remember when he was making them, I was actually helping him because he was literally just splitting 2x4s. He was splitting them down and gluing and nailing them together. Or was it screws? I can't remember. He did something, and they were just like the cheap 2x4s too. So he some of them were a little bit warped. I think that's why he was using the screws, and then he'd clamp it. And they ended up turning out really nice when all was said and done. Oh, yuck, Kaz. Well, hopefully it doesn't stick. Kitchen right now. I may have to abandon the kitchen table and just get a counter. There you go. A couple bar stools. Yeah. There you go. If the kitchen counter has a spot, get rid of the table. Who needs the table? I got one hand in. Oh, sorry. I am singing hijinks music. We'll turn hijinks music down. I just realized that. It's inevitable. Whenever I lurk in the hijinks stream while streaming, I end up singing to her music. Yeah, Mother Nature is often hormonal, I've noticed. Whoa, I'm a billionaire. So I just gotta figure out, like, if I'm gonna go down to my brother's, it's like, do I like take a week off from streaming, or do I bring my mom's iPad down with me and attempt to stream mobile? I've never streamed like on my phone or anything, but maybe it's good to try because then I can be portable, right? I just don't know how. I could also take mom's crappy laptop with me because I don't know how to post videos after streaming on mobile. Like, I don't know how that works. Because normally with OBS, I go in, I stream, and then I go into my creator dashboard on Twitch and post my video. And then share it to YouTube. I don't know how that works when you're doing it mobile. I have like no idea how to do the mobile side of streaming. Yeah, like I don't know because like I said, like I always have to go into my dashboard after I stream, and then I publish it, right? So that's in my thing. And if I and I don't know if I've ever been able to like go in and do that on my phone. Like, as far as I know, I've always had to do it on the computer. But I could bring my mom's crappy laptop and log on to Twitch that way and do that if need be. Yeah, yeah. I got to do some fiddling around and see how the whole mobile streaming works. I'm driving to see my brother. Yeah, I'll be driving. Yeah, my brother lives 3 hours from me. Hey, Jesse. They're around. They've made a few appearances. Oh, I can show you Pickles. So Pickles is up there. Vinny's been making appearances somewhere. I'll bring my whole house. I don't give a F. Yeah, well, I don't want to disconnect a computer and reconnect it. But I do have my mom's laptop. It's a piece of crap. I would not be able to stream on it, but I should be able to at least log into my dashboard and do that kind of Twitch stuff. So I can bring that as just like a backup if I can't figure out how to post or publish vids on my phone. I also will have to put Twitch on my mom's iPad and log in on my account. And that's just so that I can I'll stream on one and then be able to read chat and do all that stuff on the other. Oh, gosh, my back. But my brother's buddy had a camper trailer that he needed to store. So I will be staying in the camper trailer down at my brother's place because my brother doesn't have a spare room in his house. And normally when I go see my brother, I sleep in my car, but it's still a little bit cool for sleeping in a car. And I no longer have my futon mattress that I used to use. Used to have a futon mattress and that folded right up in the back, and then I just laid it down. Ooh, drop it. You know, we have not dropped it in a while. Hold on. I think we have to, if I can find... Oh, my earbuds are yelling. Hold on, guys. Oh, there we go. You can come say hi, buddy? Yeah. Jesse was asking about you. Jesse was asking about you. Oh, gosh. The disaster. The disaster is real. Oh, no. Oh. Bye, Vinny. Bye, Vinny. There's that other yarn I was looking for. I had to find another spindle I could spin on. I gotta work on this thing again. But I'm gonna have to repack this to take with me. Because when I go, I'm going to be taking this with me. Okay. Oh, it's been so long since I've spun on Pinky. It's been so long since I've spun on Pinky. I have missed spinning on Pinky, not gonna lie. I haven't spun on Pinky since I took her to Kelowna in January. So I'm just gonna attach another piece, and then we'll go back to knitting. There we go. since Sven's finished, and I haven't taken him off the spindle, it's back to spinning on Pinky. Okay, there we go. We got some Pinky spinning done. I still gotta do something with this. I think this is, yeah. This was the floof, or the yarn that got eaten by bugs because I left it on the spindle sitting on the back of the shelf for too long. I really do have to like empty that. So yeah, we just need one more bobbin of a different color, and then we can ply these up. Should probably hurry before freaking bugs get to that too. Going to emergency coffee making me. Oh no. Yes, no, you definitely go to emerge. Hopefully everything's okay, and then they can get it sorted out. Cause yeah, sending you hugs, Sunglow. Okay, thank you. Something I really want to make that I haven't made in forever is lasagna. Right? Now I kind of want to make lasagna. I'm not gonna lie. I like to buy There's this one brand of pasta. I can't remember the name of it, but it's an Italian pasta. I really like it. I like the way the pasta cooks up. But you can buy sheets of lasagna instead of just like the strips. It's like they're actual sheets. And they're perfect for like if you're doing like the square pans, which are perfect for like someone like me who doesn't need a giant lasagna because I'll eat the whole thing. But yeah, they're just like the sheets of pasta and they're so nice. I used them once. Mom had bugged me forever, so I finally made her lasagna and I tried those and I'm like, yes, I'm getting these again. Oh, nice. Even better. If you've got the lasagna noodles, you're set. I'm fine. I'm fine. So that's probably going to be another early-ish stream night tonight. Only because I have to get up early tomorrow. Oh, nice! I tried lasagna soup once. I actually didn't. Yeah, I don't like lasagna soup. I have major texture issues. For one, so oftentimes lasagna soup, the noodles are overcooked. Also, it just doesn't have the same. I think it's because it's not the consistency of lasagna, and that's what I like about lasagna is the consistency. It just, it's not the same. Now, Lazy Man lasagna, that's fine. It's not so bad. That's basically where you have all the fixings for lasagna, but instead of like, hi. um, Lazy Man lasagna is basically you have all the fixings for lasagna and you just dump it all together in a bowl and eat it. That's good. You can even like put the cheese on top. You just don't get the really good baked cheese on the top. But lazy man lasagna is not bad. I can do that. But lasagna soup, no. Exactly. 100% you can. It really does. But I've never tried lasagna soup. I I don't like lasagna soup. It doesn't taste right. It doesn't have the same it doesn't have the right texture and it doesn't have the right taste. Pickles, what are you doing? I always like I get to the fourth round of the increases and I'm like, wait, what do I do here? Because I gotta make one and then I gotta purl one on that one. And then when you get to the other side, it's you purl one and then make one. So you gotta like remember that in your head, or you don't get your directions right, and it doesn't look right. And you don't get that pretty. Cheese is good. Everybody say cheese, yay! I love cheese. I actually have some Gouda in my fridge that I am going to be enjoying. Pearl. Make one. Yay! The increase rounds are done in the repeat, so it's just after I finish this round, it's just 6 rounds of rib. And then we're on to the next repeat, but I probably won't do that. So probably tonight we'll be finishing with the 6 rounds of rib because yeah, I gotta put myself to bed at a decent time tonight. Cause I go swimming. Something that was weird was I made jambalaya once and it was good, but my ex was like, by the way, if you add cheese to it, it's even better. I was like, cheese in jambalaya? I tried it and it was so good. Yeah, it's just like putting cheese in chili. Cheese and chili is really good. And like, I grew up my whole life. We'd never done anything. It was just chili, you know? And then I went to someone else's house and they put cheese and sour cream in their chili, and it was like mind blowing. I was like, oh my God, this is so good. I don't always put cheese and sour cream in my chili, but now, on occasion, if I happen to have the ingredients, usually it's just cheese, I'll put cheese in my chili. Beans. Kidney beans and well, my dad used to just do kidney beans. But then my friend, her mom would make it with kidney beans and like the beans and tomato sauce, pork and beans, and that was really good. And then my hubby liked to have chickpeas in his, and I agree, chickpeas and chili is freaking amazing. But it's like beans and meat, so gotta have the meat in there. To me, if you make chili without the beans, it's not complete, and if you make the chili with no meat, it's not complete. It just does. It's just not the same. You have to have both. Yes, I love cheese. I don't eat as much cheese as I used to, but when I do get cheese, I like to splurge and get the good stuff. So like if I'm doing like something like tacos, I'll just buy just a thing of like Tex-Mex shredded cheese. But if I'm like getting cheese to like enjoy, I love to buy the more expensive um things like the extra aged cheddar and Guinness cheeses. Oh, if you ever get a chance to try Guinness cheese. Hey, how's it going? Well, I do actually eat cheese every day since I have cheddar bagels with cream cheese. There you go. um, do you know what's really good is goat cheese in like if you cook up a pot of pasta and sauce. Like my hubby liked growing up, we always had the pasta on the side and then the sauce on top. But my hubby, he liked to mix it in, so I got used to doing it that way. But if you take a bunch of goat's cheese and you dump that in there and you melt it into the freaking pasta and pasta sauce, it's so good. It's so good. So creamy and yummy. Meat and cheese. I think my favorite were ones with this aged white. Yes, yes, I like that. I buy. I can't remember the name of it. I call it the hockey puck cheese because you find it in the deli and it's just like a round disc about yay big and about yay thick, and it's covered in wax. And I call it the hockey puck cheese, and I love that. My favorite one is the extra old cheddar, and it's just like oh, so good, so good. No, 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 not Baby Bell. I mean, Baby Bell's good, but no, that's just meh. No, it's let me see if I can find. That actually might be the brand. The I've never seen that one before. This one's called London Truckle English Cheddar Cheese. But basically, it's Westminster. I'm pretty sure that's the brand that I get too. But it looks like a hockey puck. And like you sometimes see them in like there's different colors. There's different brands out there. Not that one. But like you can get, and they do. They look like hockey pucks. But they're cheese. And they're super good. I've had I've had an Irish cheddar one. I've had, ooh, I wonder if I can get that brand. That one looks really yummy. Irish cheddar with Irish whiskey. Yeah, I need that. And then when you cut into it, it looks like that. So like you don't eat the outside part. And it's so good. A little goes a long way with it. And it's oh god. But it's expensive. I haven't baked in so long. I am not a baker, but I love being friends with bakers, especially if I'm friends with bakers that like to experiment and then need people to taste what they've experimented on. Dang it, Jukin, why don't you live closer? Sounds like you'd be the perfect neighbor. We would. Oh my god, we would have such a blast. I'd have you go into the frickin' Fiberfest with me. Oh my god, we'd have so much fun. And the thing is, it's not Fiberfest, sorry, the fall fair, and you could submit your baking, you could submit your fiber art, you could just like so many things, so many things. I was looking up fiber festivals. There is like one in Calgary. And then there was another one that was like that I kind of wanted to go to. I think it was called Prairie Fiber Fest, and it was like up by Olds, Alberta, or something like that. And I was like, ooh, I could do that one because my one cousin lives near there. So I could go stay with her, and then me and her could do that. Right? Oh, wouldn't that be awesome if there's one like really close to you? I really do want to try doing a fiber festival one year. They're all so far away from me. But, like, I have family in and around Calgary. And I also have my one cousin that lives up near where that other place is. So I'm like, those are two viable options for a fiber festival. You mean when streaming? They usually are like viewers here kind of thing. So those ones are always bots when it's like cheap views or viewers here or whatever. I can't remember what it says. And then they usually have like a link or whatever. Those are all bots. And they usually show up. I notice I don't get them unless I have like less than a certain amount of people in my streams. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Yeah, the cheap viewers is a bot thing. That my auto mod caught it. Just because you said that, my auto mod's like, oh, it's like I'm not gonna allow that because yeah. Hey, how's it going? Stopping by to say hi before bedtime. Ooh, 5 a.m. Oof, ouch. You have a wonderful sleep. I napped too close to the sun earlier and now I'm paying. Oh, no. That sucks. Yeah, I have to. I was up till like sometime after 2 last night, but tonight I have to go to bed at a fairly decent time because I got to get up at 6 tomorrow. So I also do want to like make sure that I stay on a get up in the morning, go to bed at night schedule because it is so easy for me to get turned around where I'm up all night and sleep all day, and I can't do that. I get sick if I don't get a certain amount of daylight. Not to mention if I ever plan on going back to work, it'll be a day job, not like a morning job, not a preferably a morning, first thing in the morning. Then I get it out of the way. I always hated working, like when I worked at the grocery store, I had to work. Can I block or ban? Yes, you can. Yeah, whenever you see cheap viewers, you should be able to just click on the name and there will be like a little block and ban system. And you can even report them. Um, You're not. Yeah, Retro is thankfully a late night person too, so that oops. Um so he catches my streams. Or at least the beginning of my streams. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem, it's me. Well, I'm yawning. That's a good sign. That means I might be able to sleep tonight. Unless I get a second wind just before bed. Classic jams. Are you in mod mode? Though you shouldn't have to. Since it's your channel. Yeah, try that. Do the /ban and then their name. I've done that before. The account was only created 2 days ago. Yeah, that happens. Try /ban and then their name and see if that works if you weren't able to get it sorted. I need to crochet some curtain ties for my blackout curtains, but I can't find any or can't find an idea I like / can't think of what I want. Oh, I hate when that happened. You use your phone. There you go. Yeah, see, I use my phone for everything when it comes, because, well, my computer's just, everything's so slow on my computer when I try to do anything. So I always, any kind of like mod stuff or anything like that, I always use my phone. Because, yeah, whenever I try to do anything on my computer, like in the chat part, if it works, it takes 10 freaking years. Spinning cakes and this thing comes in and just, right? Yep, they'll happen. You need to get a mod for your channel. Though I know that like AutoMod I think takes care of a fair bit. Should really edit a few settings, see if we can free up a few extra. Yeah, it's not going to happen on this. There is no extra system resources on this computer. I have already done all that with a friend of mine. There is no tweaking left on this computer that to fix anything. But it's fine, because that's what I have my phone for. And eventually here, once I get my gaming computer moved over to the house, my gaming computer will become my new streaming computer, and then I won't have a problem at all. Oh yeah, all that shit's turned off. I have almost nothing on this computer either, except for like OBS, Spotify, and Discord. And I don't even use Discord on my computer if I'm streaming. Yes, it'll be a very nice upgrade. Um, and I won't have any problems at all when I use that computer. So, but it's just a matter of getting it over here. But I don't want to bring it over here until I have a little bit more of the house set up, because yeah, I just don't want to fight with it. Yes, yeah, it's a little tiny box. Um, see if I can find it. It only cost me like $200 too, so I was, yeah. I I went I honestly, like, I was surprised that it even streamed. Computer setup, you can turn that into the makeshift block ads. Oh yeah, we'll we will see. Um, yeah, I can't find the one that I bought. It's been too long. But yeah, it was only like a couple $100. 16 gig RAM, uh, 512 storage. And yeah, the fact that it works. Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't looked too much into it. My friend went through everything, working with me to get it to run better, but like there's not much that you can do. There's it yeah. This thing works great until I go to stream, and then it it uses too much. The CPU is pretty well maxed. um like right now it's jumping between um 69 to 72% CPU right now. So but yeah, like when I'm not streaming, like when I'm not live, it's good. But the moment I go start stream, my CPU like just like But I also have, like, this thing's small enough that if I wanted to, I could take it wherever. I have a portable monitor. Um, it's a good little monitor. Portable monitor, little tiny computer. I could take it with me wherever I go. Um, it's just not ideal for streaming, but everything else. Possibly. Either way, it does its job for what I ask it to do. It does more than it should be able to do, and that's all I ask. I ask a lot of this little computer when I'm streaming, and it usually does pretty good. On occasions, updates will mess with it. Any of my techie friends that, like, when I showed them the computer and the specs and everything, they're like, "Yeah, that's not going to be able to stream." I'm like, "But it does." Barely, but it does. And some nights are better than others. Right? It's amazing what you can get a computer to do sometimes. Right? Have a wonderful sleep. Take care. Ooh. It officially looks like an actual full sleeve. We are so close. So close. And you know the nice thing is so far I haven't even gone through 2 full balls of yarn yet. I feel like most of the yarn that I'm going to use is going to be on the body part of said shrug. Oh no! What guy? Did I get that guy yet? What guy? Oh! Yeah, she used her phone and it worked. My back is yelling at me. My back be yelling at me. You know, it was like It was doing good. The day before swimming, it was doing pretty good. And then day of swimming, it did awesome. And then I don't know what I did because I was feeling great yesterday after swimming. But today I noticed it was bugging me. So I don't know what I did. But it's like yelling at me again. And I'm like, rude. But I'm going swimming tomorrow, so it'll feel good again. It'll be nice when this back issue sorts itself out, though. Did you try a heating pad? No. It comes and goes. I have a heating pad, but I've had this back pain before, and heating pads have never really done anything. The swimming, I think the reason why it helps is, well, partly because, yes, the hot tub. So the heat does obviously help a little bit, but I think a lot of it is just my weight. The weight of my stomach is not pulling on my lower back. And obviously there's I feel like there might be something out. I know the other night, like, I was, when my back was starting to feel better, it went out on me when I was sleeping in a recliner for like 5 days straight. Um, and then it was starting to get better, and I decided to go for a walk. And it was just like a nice leisure stroll at a wildlife center. But after my, because I'm out of shape and not used to walking, and then the back pain, I tensed right up, and I was like so stiff I could like barely move. It wasn't so much that it hurt, like it hurt in certain points, but it was just like super stiff. Like my muscles just like locked right up. And then I was in bed, and the most comfortable way, like I can sleep on my side and stuff, but I'll get random like spasms in my back. So the best way for me to sleep is actually on my stomach, which I'm a stomach sleeper, so it's my happy place. But the one night, I guess it was Sunday night, um, I was trying to get comfortable, and I was like rolling onto my stomach and doing it carefully, because like if you move too quickly one way, it like jabs you, right? And I felt this like little like pop in my lower back, like something like popped back into place kind of thing. And I was like, oh. And then my back felt so much better. But I wouldn't be surprised if I've done something and it's like popped back out again, and was like, yeah, because yeah, I'm hard on my body. I'm working on not being hard on my body, and working on getting back into shape. Hence the reason why I'm going to the pool now and swimming, because my joints don't like doing things anymore. So like my knees and my ankles really yell at me, and so I can't, like if it was just my back, I could push through it. But when my knees and ankles yell at me when I go for walks, yeah, it doesn't help. So I've resorted to the pool. I love the pool, anyways, and I've gone once so far, but I plan on going 3 times a week. And hopefully I'm able to shed a little bit of weight, and then I will have less stress on my back and less stress on my knees and my ankles. So, and I gotta get back into shape where I can at least go on hikes without dying, because I'm hoping by next year to be able to hike up a mountain. Like probably end up being like a full day hike through the bush, way up in the mountains, so that I can put some of my mom's ashes with some of my dad's ashes that are way up on a mountainside in the middle of nowhere. Well, it's not nowhere. Yeah, and that's the issue is I can't lose the weight without being somewhat active, but it hurts too much to be somewhat active. So I've started swimming, because the water alleviates a lot of the weight that my body is carrying, i.e., why my back hurts, why my knees hurt, why my ankles hurt. Um, and so yeah, and I'm taking it slowly, because I am a very buoyant person in the pool. Even when I wasn't this big, I have always been very buoyant when I'm in the water, to the point where I struggle to swim down to the bottom when I want, like, if I like, that was our favorite thing to do as kids, is go to the deep end of the pool and like try to swim right down to the very bottom. And I always, a lot of times, ended up having to like use the ladder on the side to like get myself down to the bottom. And so the problem with being really buoyant, other than the fact that you can't like sink down, is you don't realize how heavy, like how much effort you're putting in and how much you're wearing yourself out, until you stand up and get out of the water, and gravity is suddenly, and all of a sudden you're like, my legs can't hold up this amount of weight. It is freaking it is freaky. I remember the first time it happened to me, it was at a lake, and this lake gets quite big, rolling waves from like the boats and everything, and it's a big lake. And I went swimming with. I went to the beach with my cousin and a friend, and me and my friend swam out to like this big rock that's way out there. It's quite the swim. Not bad, and it wouldn't have been so bad, but you were like swimming with waves. Like not ones that like cap or anything, but they're just like and I did not realize how much I had exerted myself until we got back to the beach and I went to stand up and I fell onto like my hands and knees. I couldn't actually stand up. It was the scariest thing in the world. And then I noticed anytime I went swimming, if I exerted myself, like if I was like, oh, I'm out of breath in the water, I've overdone it and I might not be able to stand up out of the water. So it's, yeah. Feel better, Pele. Sending you hugs. Banana. The bonus about me swimming is I love swimming. I love water. So I'm a happy duck. No. Yeah. So sometimes if you overdo it, yeah, because you're putting stress on not just your joints and everything else, but you're also putting stress on your heart. So if you push yourself too hard, you can really hurt yourself if you don't do it right. You got to do it right and you got to like plan it right. Tries to sneak in, trips, then burps, real out. I'm going to assume it meant loud, and points at. He did it. Yeah. You outed yourself, redneck. You outed yourself. I hope you haven't been testing gravity again, redneck. Yeah. Ooh, 4 a.m. Whew. You're weird all the time. Yes. The 4 a.m. only just gives you a valid excuse for people that don't actually know you. You can be like, oh, you don't know me. So, yeah, it's me getting up at 4 a.m. ish that's making me like this. Just don't hang around me too often and you'll notice that I'm like this all the time. No gravity testing for now. Good. Just busy with grandma. Well, I'm glad that you haven't been testing gravity because you know how much I hate when you test gravity. Okay, as much as I want to stay later, I'm thinking after this round, I am going to call it just because I have to get up early and my back is being a little bit stupid. It's sort of settled down again, but it's probably going to flare up again. So, it's probably best for me to just call it a night, get myself into bed at a decent time so that I can get up at the crack of dawn to go swimming. Going back home. Nice. That's awesome, Redneck. I don't know when, but probably soon here. I am going to go down to my brother's for a week, but my plan is, I think, to bring my mom's iPad and laptop and stream mobily so that I can still keep up with my streams. I don't know if I'll stream all the time that I'm there, but at least have like one or two streams, I think. We'll see, because I've been wanting to try the mobile streaming anyways, so that if I ever like just, hey, I want to stream somewhere else, then I can go stream at a park or the wildlife center even. That'd be kind of cool because I have service there. So it might not be a long stream because, I only have so much data. I wish I had my mom's phone plan. She has 100 gigs data. But I gotta cancel that phone plan, so. Because I cannot afford to pay for two phone plans. Yeah, but that's okay. I mean, it's more just so that you guys can hang out with me, not to worry about like alerts or any like fancy bells and bells and whistles. Like obviously there'll be certain things that we won't be able to do. Like I won't be able to like play. I don't think I'll be able to play music or anything. There's going to be some things that I know I can't do, but and they'll probably be shorter streams too, right? So it's just something to change it up and still be able to hang out. All right, you have a good one, Redneck. Thank you for popping in and saying hi and making me smile as you usually do. You better not want to fall, Mr. Redneck. Kick your butt. Sorry, I've been since May. Aw. That sucks, Kiki. Sending you hugs. Sending you lots of hugs. Yeah, well, no. I feel that, Kiki. I feel that. Take care, Redneck. I love when I just like get knitting and I'm like in my own little world and I look up and all you see is like this on camera. It's like, can you even see what I'm doing? No. When I get my other computer, I will be able to have a second camera, and then I'll have a camera that points down at my work. Done with one sleeve. I have one more row to go, but can't crochet right now. In too much pain. Oh, that sucks. But I'm glad you're that close. Finished my knitting goal for the evening. Back neck of this sweater I'm trying to get done before next month Fiberfest. You got this. But yeah, it will be nice when I can have 2 cameras. I will have to get another camera because the camera that I have with my gaming computer is not that nice a quality. Like, I used to think it was such a nice camera, but now when I look at that camera versus like this camera, and that one's like almost like blurry. And then I look at this one, I'm like, yeah, no, we don't want another good camera. Not special. Shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Alrighty. We're gonna call it here. We did almost completed. I have three more rounds to go, and then we're on to another repeat. But yeah, between the fact that I have to go to bed at a decent time and my back seems temperamental, like it comes and goes, right? So it's there all the time, but it like the waves of pain come and go is the issue that I am currently having, which sucks. But I'm gonna find someone here. Hold on. I will be back tomorrow. Wait. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Unless I'm like super tired or for some reason, I should be back tomorrow. Cause yeah, I'm still trying to keep with my usual schedule, which means Monday, Thursdays are my day off, and the rest I stream. So Yeah. Mm, not special. Ow! I love you, buddy, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Those claws, I tell you. Oh. Of course he comes now that I'm um getting ready to end my stream. He's like, "Oh yeah, now come cuddle. I've been silent all this time." Shine a light on me. Midnight special. Alrighty. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with me. I will be back tomorrow. Possibly same thing, or maybe we'll switch it up and do some spinning just to give it a change. But yeah, I hope that you guys have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye. Oops, wrong screen. There we go.